Tower Ryanair 969er, Echo, fully established. Shower 969 Echo, Echo, continue approach runway 287, number 1. 189, continue on effective with the Ryanair 969 Echo.
Welcome along, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Sorry about the delay. Getting everything weatherproof, and then the encoder decided to act up. What you're seeing around in the corner there is EIGCF in its new white paint scheme. Last time you seen it, it was green. James, yeah, we'll talk about that storm. It's going to be crazy. Gavin, how do? So we're currently gusting just under 30 knots here. It's forecast to stay like this for the next 2-3 hours and then die down a little bit before tomorrow's storm. SE Aviation, how do? Dean is working and lurking. Sandra, afternoon. So currently raining here. And windy. I'm on the pillars. Not too bad now. It's a little gusty, but sure, yeah, we'll see how it goes. All I know is
969 Echo, 27 0 to 1 and 927. Runway 28 left, table left, Ryanair 969 Echo.
so there's max 27 knots. Mostly a headwind, only a slight coming from there, the right hand side of the aircraft as we look at it for them. Whoa. Dean, thank you very much. Have to get it right. Lelo Dubafly, thank you very much as well for gifting 10 memberships. And Dean gifting 5, thank you. One cat short of crazy, how do? Patricia. Carol Ann, this is all Patricia's fault. Patricia retired and the weather decided, you know what, if she's not going to bother anymore, I'm just going to make everyone miserable. This is just it, you know. Hoax, welcome. Ellison, welcome along. Scrubby. So, if the wind noise is bad at the moment, it's because the microphone is outside. Do let me know, I can put it under my jacket or I can try and move it somewhere. Oh, I can hear it now, hang on. Yeah. Right, microphone has been shielded somewhat from the wind because that was just mental, I could hear that. Surface wind 280 degrees, 20 knots. Feel the wrath of pent up decades of worker rage. I love it. So folks, this storm, based on all the models, is quite unprecedented for Ireland. It's due to move in the west coast this evening between midnight and 3 a.m. and sweep across the country over the space of about 6-7 hours. But the west coast seeing, according to some models, 200 km/h gusts, other models 180. It's not something to be taken lightly. Models, even, I know normally we could see models like that 4 or 5 days out and then they moderate and it gets less severe, but this is 24 hours out less and they're still showing those speeds, so there's not much chance. Obviously it could decrease in strength a little bit, but not significantly enough to be ignored. You know me, I'm a weather nerd. I was flagging this at the weekend, which is that this was looking like it had crazy potential. The National Weather Advisory Board here in Ireland have said it'll be the most significant storm to impact the country in living memory. So don't take it lightly, especially if you're in the west coast or the Midlands. Those are going to be worst affected. The storm will track north, so north of Ireland as well.
969 Echo, vacation 5 right here. Yeah, fast track here, Ryanair 969 Echo.
I know you will see a lot of sensationalism online and stuff like that about the potential, but I've been posting in the Telegram group and in the Discord pictures of some of the models for tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock with 200 km/h gusts on the west coast. Paul, how do? Patrick? It's inevitable, folks, that some parts of the country won't be as impacted as badly, and people will say it was about nothing, but like I said, this is a very, based on the models, this is a once in a lifetime storm for a lot of people that we've never seen the likes of before.
Qatar 69 Charlie, Sedan 280 knots, maximum 29,
So some of you will know I am due to fly at 9 AM in the morning with Air France, an A319, but the terminal area forecast has been released. It's going to be sustained winds, so like just standing here normally, 50 km/h, 40 to 50 knots, which is what, 80 to 100 km/h, and gusts of 70 knots, which is 120, 130 km/h. So Dublin is under a red warning. I'm going to obviously find out today whether I'm flying or not tomorrow, because if you have a look at the board there, even Emirates has cancelled its EK161 for tomorrow. A lot of the transatlantics are cancelling. If there's a red warning, I won't be here until that winds up. Some of you know I'm a frontline worker, and I have been in situations before where people going out in conditions they shouldn't have been out in have caused other people to put themselves at risk. I won't be doing that. I'm not going to have rescue services come get me because a tree has fallen on the van or something on the way to the airport. I'll be waiting until the red warning finishes. Others might not, but I will be. Kieran, there would have been the National Advisory Board met in the last hour, so it'll be filtering down to airlines. Now, I was here in the van checking, and as it stands, Emirates and transatlantics are already starting to cancel. I imagine anything due to arrive between 5 AM and 10 AM is probably going to do the same. I'll be able to keep you updated here. I'll have a look every so often at the phone for the airport side of things and let you know what's cancelling and what's not. Lello, the big thing that people won't realise, obviously, if you're letting your dog out, make sure you still have fences. That happened to us at the last storm. We let the dog out and he was suddenly 3 back gardens down because the whole row of fences were gone along the line. So yeah, obviously secure your dog if you're letting them out in that kind of weather. I'd do it on a lead, even though they're used to probably going out or whatever. Keep them on a lead just in case.
Tower, good day, Shamrock 3-4 Juliet, pre-established on the ILS 28 left. Shamrock 3-4 Juliet, continue approach for runway 28 left. Down number 1, this is wind 280 degrees 1 liner on max. That's copy, number 1, 3-4 Juliet.
So current gusts are 29 knots. The most awkward part of tomorrow is the wind direction. Whether they use 28 or whether they use runway 16, there's still going to be a very large crosswind element for both runways, which may be out of bounds for a lot of aircraft. So the worst of it to leave Dublin around 11 AM. So whether they cancel or postpone or delay, we'll see. Gary, that is correct. One of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, Kermit the Frog, is currently in, or was in Shannon last night, and they plan on flying into Storm Éowyn. Because some of the forecast models are hurricane level wind speeds, but obviously it's not the kind of storm that can be classed as a hurricane, but it still has hurricane level winds. Richard, how do? So yeah, the NOAA aircraft Kermit the Frog is in Shannon. There's also meant to be another impactful storm Sunday into Monday. Not as severe as this one, but still enough to probably cause delays to repairs or power lines or anything like that that will come down. Gary, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, you have the head of the National Advisory Board saying, we've never seen anything like this. A storm like this has never hit this country. So, yeah, it's to be taken seriously. I know a lot of people are ignoring it. I was talking to some people yesterday, they didn't even know. Adrian says, I was in East Anglia for Hurricane Charlie in '87. Definitely need to take this seriously. Gary, I see that. Estofex, I'm obviously a weather nerd, so that's how I... Anyway, Estofex have issued a tornado event warning for parts of the south coast and Midlands of the UK, actually. Potential tornadoes embedded. Adrian's on mobile, so can't tag. Eventually, Adrian, they'll update that, won't they?
Right here.
Won't hold my breath.
Right, Sherlock, Sherlock 34, they carried contact ground 121 decimal. Right. 125, Sherlock 34, Judith, right. Right, 38 Victor, Super 28, 18 knots, maximum 2 minor, 128, that's true.
Alex, like I said, I am due to be flying out for work in the morning at 9 o'clock on the Air France to CDG. I imagine that's cancelled. If I'm not flying, obviously I will attempt to stream at some point, but I'm not going to be coming out during a red weather warning. Red, yellow, letter. That's all I said it. Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to be coming out during a red weather warning. It's just irresponsible, and if anything happens to you, you're relying on other people to come save your bacon, so I won't be doing it. Simon King, how do? Jerry, afternoon. Every storm you always get the people that go out of their way to do something silly, like go swimming in 12-meter seas and whatever. I'm not one of them people, and I won't be doing it. So yeah, just notification there, flight cancelled. I'm on Air France 1717. So there you go, not going anywhere. So the cancellations are rolling out. If you do plan on going anywhere tomorrow, or you're meant to be going anywhere, keep an eye on your carrier's website or the app. So, but that makes that decision easy, doesn't it? I don't have to go anywhere in the morning. Sorry, just looking at my phone here.
Fire 3, Victor Zulu, turn right on here. Right on here, on it, here.
Whoa, Lello, thank you very much. Has gifted, wow, 50 memberships. Thank you. So let's have a look at the board while we're letting this taxi and we see, right. So Aer Lingus, Boston cancelled, Toronto, both flights, Aer Lingus, Air Canada cancelled, Lufthansa Frankfurt cancelled, Air France cancelled, Emirates cancelled, Swiss from Zurich cancelled. They're cancelling all flights by the looks of it so far, up until midday at least. Lello, seriously, amazing support, thank you very much. So now it's just a matter of figuring out when's going to be a safe time for me to stream. Matthias, how do? Mario, afternoon to you. Hello as well to Facebook. We are live again on Facebook today. Well, hopefully we are. I haven't actually checked. AJD, how do? Yeah, no, we were just saying, AJD, the notification there, literally as James posted it, my flight is cancelled for tomorrow. We are live on Facebook. Good. Martin, how do? So the current wind speed at the airport is about a third of what it's going to be tomorrow, which is mental. Kieran, you'll definitely see them on ADSB. More so than Flight Radar. Now I have seen them on Flight Radar myself on occasion, but we discussed this at the stream at the end of last week that the weather events in the US currently, the big freeze, is what's supercharging the jet stream. So the outlook for the next 2 weeks is quite unsettled, with a number of Atlantic disturbances rolling into the west coast. So they may stay. Aidan says, great to see you knew your ETOPS figures. I wasn't trying to correct them, I was just pointing out that the 350 was almost double what he said. And he didn't believe me first either. He had to get Jilly to look it up for him, I think. Richard, thank you very much for your PayPal donation. Richard Taylor. Much appreciated. Martin, so what we're dealing with at the moment isn't actually anything to do with the storm. This is just a normal windy day in Dublin. We're looking at 30 to 40 knot gusts for about an hour in the afternoon, 2 o'clock. The main event, obviously, Storm Éowyn rolls into the west coast of Ireland tonight between midnight and 3 a.m. Tom, I am currently at 28 left.
Good afternoon, and 5 minutes to the Echo.
I'm closer down to the 10 end of it, but that's arrivals are 28 left today, departures 28 right.
270, 16 knots, maximum 24. Continue right now, 5 minutes to the Echo.
Johnny says, I take it you won't be on that pillar tomorrow. No, probably not, no. So, on your screen now, you should have wind indication, direction and strength. Kieran says the cows in the field around will be landing on the runway. Yeah. I think we have to come to terms with the fact that my cow friends might be gone. We're going to blame Adrian. Dean usually gets the blame for everything, but Adrian gets this one, I think. Yo, Segi, welcome.
592 to Echo, triple swing 270 degrees 18 on maximum 25, only 28 left, good on. Left side of 590 Echo.
LRG is on the way home to Dublin after being in Madrid a while. I imagine circumference hasn't left Exeter either. Having been planned to during the week, it was cancelled. Our little ATR EIFAT. Willie, welcome along. Next arrival looks like it's going to be Ryanair from Gatwick. Adrian says not guilty, Your Honour. Elaine, how do things go? Sorry, hello as well, but how do things go? Yeah, Helen, no pillar dances today if I can, unfortunately. Patrick, afternoon to you. So LRG, remember you had to say wiggle, wiggle, wiggle after. LRG was in Madrid for maintenance. Obviously IAG have a large maintenance base in Madrid. We know that Retro was there for quite some time as well. Sorry, just focus isn't going to work just yet. Congratulations, Elaine. Grandson Elliot, 4.3 kgs. Andrew, how do?
590 direct over Cape here on 5 right. Here on 5 right, that's here around, and 590 direct up. 590 direct with contact ground, 121 this one. 2 1 goodbye, man, 590 direct up.
So, message there from Air France. Your flight to Paris has been cancelled. We're urgently trying to find a solution and we'll be in touch shortly. Yes. Peter, welcome along. And again, yeah, big shout out to Lello for gifting those memberships. Thank you very much. Patricia's enjoying retirement, huh? So, see, can we get a look at Saki while we're waiting? Saki has been given the full Dean treatment.
Sorry, if you want to vacate 2 left here.
Folks, vlogging everything has scheduled for tomorrow as well.
Rescue 13.
He plans, I think he's doing 3 o'clock, Dean, is it?
2 west, no change. West 1 2, the contact ground 1 to 1 west.
Kieran, it was work related, so no. And there was a connecting flight that is only once every 24 hours to be got in Paris as well, so I doubt very much I'll be going anywhere. Yes, Dean is scheduled for 3 p.m. tomorrow, so do make sure that's channel vlogging everything. Do make sure you check out that, because at that stage, let's have a look. What are the winds forecast to be at 3 o'clock tomorrow here?
Number 1, steady approach.
So I only have up until lunchtime tomorrow so far on the terminal area forecast, but you're still going to have 55 knot gusts into the afternoon. The morning time is when the wind is at its most severe, sustained wind of 40 knots with gusts of 70. That's between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. Sandra, so what I said to Dean last night, because he was messaging me, what I said to him last night was, if I can be here for 12, I'll do 12 till 3, and then we'll do the redirect and everyone can transfer over to his stream. That's what the plan is. Ivy, how do? The P3 Orion has taken off from Shannon, says Ivy. So Hurricane Hunter in the air. Ivy, are they returning to base today, or are they back to Shannon? Because did I hear they're hanging around for a few days because we've more weather events on the horizon. The camera's breathing because it's moving up and down. I can lock it there. That's just, obviously I have all the rain covers on, so they're more susceptible to wind movement when the rain covers are on. Dean will need to put rocks in his pockets to stop him blowing away. Yeah, so like I said, if we can, the plan would be I do 12 to 3, and then Dean sets up and goes live, and I hand everyone over to Dean at 3. We'll see what happens. Patrick says, whatever you and Dean do tomorrow, Paul, staying safe and then wins is a priority. Yeah, so Patrick, the current red weather warnings expire for my area at 11 a.m. so that gives me time to get here for 12. If I leave at 11, I can be here for 12. Now obviously if there's trees down everywhere, that's going to stop me, but if I leave at 11, I can be here for 12, go live for a couple of hours, and then Dean sets up and he goes live for a couple of hours, and that way you have probably the most coverage we could give you tomorrow, because like I said, I don't think he's going to do it either. I won't be coming out while the red weather warning is in effect. Aidan, last week, south runway, 28 left, was closed for 3 or 4 nights for essential maintenance. So at 11 at night, all arrivals switched to the new north runway, 28 right. There was one evening, I think, due to staffing constraints at ATC, they changed to single runway a little bit earlier. I think they moved at 9 o'clock at night. Sorry, the wind is just shaking that like crazy, so we're going to bring it back a little bit and wait for it to get closer. Yeah, Edmund, like I said, I've been that person that's had to go out and help people when they went out when they weren't meant to. So I would never inflict that on anyone. The biggest risk, obviously being rural where I am, coming across the back roads, would be fallen trees. Don't exactly want a tree embedded in my van. Yeah, that's only happened twice, I think, Aidan, since they opened the north runway, that they've moved over there on night time, and that's all just due to essential maintenance.
Here, 5 right here. 5 right here. Okay, that's cool. Echo, contact ground 121. Ground 21 Echo.
Alan, afternoon to you. Oscailga, stay safe, thank you.
Delta 53 Bravo here, 725
Helen, as crazy as I am, Helen, I'm not going to do anything stupid, you know that. At least not publicly. Aidan said, oh, I see you, Aidan, thank you very much. Mahoos of rain on the way from behind me. Stand by, it's gonna get soggy. Well, you weren't joking. Oh my god. Phone going in the pocket, folks, for a minute. You can already see the sudden change in visibility with the rain.
Just on 53 Bravo here, the case here, 4 right here. Right here, just on 53 Bravo here.
So I won't be able to see your comments just for a couple of minutes. I've put my phone away so it doesn't get waterlogged. We do frequently have this conversation. Life choices. Questioning same.
That's on 53 Bravo here, contact ground 121 destination away. 128 just on 53 Bravo here, right?
The camera will be getting the minimum amount of movement now for a second while this blows over. John Hennessy says the Weather News Conference said the NOAA planes are not in Shannon because of the storm. No, they're not. They do visit frequently, but they're actually going to fly Eowyn this time. That's all I was saying. Lady Jet 2, how do? Joy Adams. What do you mean, Richard? What's the story with Ted? It's raining. It has progressed to hailstones. Ouch. It is moving over quite quickly though, thankfully. I presume you can hear those hailstones hitting my jacket, yes? As the airport disappears in front of you. There is a bird banger out there somewhere. Patricia says I have a hard head. Oh. It's any wonder why I do turn up here at all, just to get abused, isn't it? I could get that at home.
Tip on 65 in India, good afternoon, continue approach runway 28 left, number 2, so between 270 degrees 165 knots and 23, and that range shown is just 50 feet of the airfield. Continue approach to left and copy the air, James on 65 India.
Apparently there's an ATR meant to be appearing here in a moment. Just remember, my phone is put away just until this stops, just so you don't think I'm ignoring you. Normally when there's rain forecast, I have a cover that goes over the whole tripod and I can keep my phone under it. But just with winds forecast, I wasn't going to create a sail that could take off from the pillars.
Turn left to left, General 65 India.
Customs out for a prowl on the perimeter fence. Hen Air, 1 month. OKC is scheduled for 11:20. But to be fair, I might leave him to it, so. I was going to say that, Helen, even though they were late managing to get the touchdown, they still managed to make the Sierra 4 exit. Yeah. Sandra, what you saw there was the Seat Leon at the back was going for the overtake on the Golf, but then there was a car up above that they couldn't see because of the rain. They saw it at the last minute and decided not to overtake, but yeah, could have went really well for them. This shower now is starting to blow over. We're getting clearer skies behind me, hopefully. It will appear just like magic. There it is. So Patrick, it's in the forecast for today that it's to be windy with some thundery downpours. But as you can see, things are starting to brighten up there now already. This is moving over. Ted has a quick visit today, physio at 3. Ted, welcome along. And then there was sunshine again. Craziness. Wait you see. Good. So there we go. Worst of it is down that end now. Airport starting to appear again. So currently 19 knot gusts even. Sierra 4 maybe? Yup.
Channel 159, indicate Sierra 4 right here. Sierra 4 right there.
Just be warned. My phone screen is slightly wet, so the last time that happened it started banning people all by itself. I've dried it there, so we should be alright.
Channel 159, contact ground 121, that's 118, 118,
Rona, welcome. Yeah, Rona, it looks like it's going to be a big one, all right. We were talking about it there at the start. Four seasons in a day. Come here. I was saying this to the boys last night. The zombie films and the apocalypse films, whoever's producing them has it all wrong. They won't be killing each other for food and water. There'll be people getting stabbed in the neck for toilet rolls. Because every time any kind of weather event is forecast whatsoever, there's a run on toilet roll. I don't get it. So there was a comment there from Ruby that I think Brian from KC Rally and Planes plans on going live about 11:20 tomorrow. If that is the case, folks, there's no need for me. I don't mean that in a bad way. Ivan, how do? Damn it, I forgot the toilet roll. But seriously, like, COVID, toilet roll. Snowstorm, toilet roll. Windstorm, toilet roll. So, naturally, zombie apocalypse, toilet roll. Just seems to be that way, doesn't it? Farmer, so I got notification there about a half hour ago on stream. My flight for tomorrow is cancelled. I was going to try come out for 12, but if Brian's on, I'm not going to bother setting up on top of him. So at this stage, you're probably going to have 3 channels live on the Mound tomorrow. I don't play those games. Graham, how do? So with the wind direction forecast, runway 16 is highly probable. We'll see. I might go from the other side. So you remember where we were the day we broke the cable, that famous storm Kathleen. We'll see. Might go from there. We'll see. Whatever they do, I'll do the opposite anyway, just to be different. AJD, go to a warehouse club and stock up on toilet paper and you'll be fine for the zompocalypse. Daniel, how do? I know we joke about the toilet paper, but is there a scarier prospect than not being able to work? Yeah, being bitten by a zombie. I don't know. But yeah, interesting. Look, tomorrow's the kind of day, because this is such a big storm, the world and their mother will be live. You'll have UK airports not getting even a quarter of the wind we have, and it'll be storm Eowyn and all this, so we'll see how it goes. Rebecca Doyle says, stay safe tonight and tomorrow, everyone. Just go out the back with the dogs, you'll be fine. If they can do it, you can too. So, yeah, about this. 490 aircraft movements today with 3 cancellations. They're all small little biz jets that cancelled. Let's have another look now at tomorrow, see what's cancelling. So the 415 Aer Lingus from New York cancelled. Boston, Washington, Newark, Toronto. None of the Ryanairs are cancelled. Air Canada cancelled. Lufthansa cancelled. Air France cancelled. At the moment the AA is still running from Philadelphia. Dubai cancelled, Zurich cancelled, and a couple of BizJets all cancelled so far. Parat in Moscow. Dean, your start time, I'd imagine so, yes? Air Greg's Storm Eowyn bringing what looks to be record wind gusts to Ireland tomorrow. West Coast, Midlands and North, worst hit.
Fully established ILS 28 left. Sugar 3 Bravo, November, good afternoon, Sugar wind 260 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 19.
Bridget, hi Paul, would you ever be in Kildare? I work in a special school and have a student who's mad about you, and a lot of our students love airplanes. No bother, Bridget. Yeah, we could even, what we could do, we could organise is where I could do a stream and send you the link just for them, and we can chat to them instead of having it as a public stream if you want.
Turkish 3 Bravo November, top for our confirmation, we're clear for line runway 28 left. Turkish 3 Bravo November, 260 degrees, 12 knots, maximum 9.
So like I said, folks, some of the models are forecasting 180 to 200 km per hour winds on the west coast. Those gusts penetrate inland into the Midlands at 150 km per hour, and there's a brief period where the airport here will see 130 or thereabouts tomorrow morning. So look, take it seriously. Now obviously things could change. We still have more than 12 hours before the storm is even to actually start impacting Ireland, so the course could change, or it could lose intensity rapidly, because it has gained it rapidly. But usually when it's this close, the forecasts and the models are quite good at picking up how bad it's going to be. It's the first time as well, by the way, that Met Éireann have ever issued a red warning 2 days before an event. Normally it's the day before. It's also the first time the whole island has been covered in a red warning 2 days before an event. Bridget, if you want to drop me an email, it's on the channel description there. or you can message me on Facebook if you want, and we'll try organise something for you. Dave, yeah, it's going to be I imagine we'll see a lot of cancellations here in the morning. Ryanair haven't cancelled that yet, but has to be inevitable. Although then again, if they cancel, they don't like paying you, so they'll just tell you they ran the flight, you didn't turn up. Like, realistically, you're not meant to be travelling in a red warning, so people who are flying up until 1 o'clock shouldn't actually have any way of getting to the airport. Public transport will stop, so there'll be no buses or trains. Kurt, how do? the runway could have a giant hole in the middle of it and Ryanair would still say it's safe to land. Oh no, we ran the flight, you just didn't turn up. Yeah. But like I said, it's if you're not meant to travel during a red warning, how do you get to the airport for your flight at 9 AM when the red warning starts at 6? Do you know that kind of way? Rebecca Doyle says my favourite Aer Lingus livery, that is the rugby one. You and Charlotte, Rebecca. Charlotte loves it too.
Continue approach for runway 28 left, number 1, 25 13 knots, max 20.
So that is EIDEG is the registration. The other rugby plane is EIDEI, but that is currently in Shannon being repainted. So all eyes on how it comes out of there, whether it comes out in the Aer Lingus white paint scheme or whether they're going to redo another rugby variant. Well, I tell you one thing, if the end of the world was announced tomorrow, do you know where everyone would go? The supermarket, because that's what it was like this morning. I went around this morning to get a couple of things, small things, nothing major, no panic buying or anything like that. And yeah, the local super value was like the end of the world was coming. Birds. We do have another. Did someone say my name? I heard Rugby and Charlotte. Charlotte and Rugby aircraft is almost as dependable, if not more dependable, than Tom and the American Airlines. Dave Flynn, welcome. Most important thing to do, folks, make sure if you have any power banks or anything like that, that they're charged today, in case you go for an extended period without power over the next couple of days. The world is ending, I need toilet paper. This is my point, like I said to you. If there's any Hollywood producers or writers watching this, toilet paper, that's the biggest commodity for your next zombie film, toilet paper. Alex says, currently Planespotting at Luxembourg. Seen a 747 and wish we could see them at Dublin. You're not the only one. I really wish we did get more of them. We got 2 last year. We were meant to get another. A National Airlines 747 was on the table and then cancelled ahead of its arrival. Nicely done. Ooh, have some of that. you would think, considering we're on the Atlantic coast, the amount of diversions that we see on a daily basis, we get the odd extra 747 in and hit, but no, unfortunately not. Now, the sun is going to be directly in line with this, so mind your retinas. Alex says they have holes in the cameras for holes in the fence for cameras. Nice, that's a great idea. There's some airports that really do accommodate spotters quite well. Set up with platforms on viewing areas, and like Manchester is the perfect example. You have a whole park dedicated to it there, with a Concorde sitting there for you too. But like Amsterdam has the viewing terrace. There's a couple of platforms around Frankfurt as well, I believe. Frankfurt has them yet. Alan, greetings from Toronto. Favourite Aer Lingus livery is the retro. You and Adrian both?
5-3 Gothic, double Cape Sierra 5 by Sierra. Sierra 5 Sierra, 5-3 Gothic.
Little ATR next. There was a wave there. So ATR from Manchester next. Is there such thing as a purple weather warning? No. For the north, Sandra, you have yellow, amber and red, I believe. For us, we have yellow, orange and red. Someday, maybe someday we'll get something like Star Trek and we'll have a black alert. Because people don't seem to take the current ones seriously, unfortunately. There's that many of them issued. I can see the fatigue set in. This ATR is moving around a little bit. Nicely done though, nicely done. No, Graham, it's yellow snow you don't want, isn't it?
ATR, Ryanair 53.
Little ATR bullies its way in front of the Ryanair, look at that. Yeah. I'm just going to spin these rollers, and if you get in the way, it's your own fault.
148, Ryanair 53, next flight.
Ian, sorry, just seeing your comment there. At the moment, a lot of the early morning flights are cancelling, particularly transatlantics. Emirates has cancelled its early arrival EK161 as well. All the Uniteds are gone. It looks like Delta's cancelled. So at the moment, the only transatlantic carrier still running tomorrow is AA. At least Aaron got what I was referencing. Thank you very much. Graham says our next two arrivals are both from Lisbon. Wednesday. Oh, yeah, Wednesday. How do? LRD on approach, says Helen. But I imagine they will have to revise the weather warning system. Not only do you have a load of Facebook pages now issuing their own alert system, which, because they have so many followers, everyone pay attention to. Like, the one thing I will say, they don't overuse the red warnings. There's literally a yellow warning for everything now. Oh, it's going to be cold, yellow. Okay. Just used to be cold, like, you didn't have to have a warning for it, we knew it was going to be cold. But that creates a little bit of fatigue, I think, and people ignore it. Like I said to you earlier, I was talking to people yesterday and they had no clue there was a storm even coming because they just don't pay attention. There's that many. A spore drive? No, I don't think we're going to see a spore drive on that in here, to be honest with you.
Tower Shamrock 4 Lima Kilo, fully established left 28 left, reducing speed 160.
So I am doing my best to keep this stable, but obviously the breeze is coming from behind me, so.
Continue approach Shamrock 4 Lima Kilo.
Go on with the spray, go on. Rebecca, my own personal opinion is that there shouldn't be any retail people working. Whatever about emergency service, doctors, nurses, fire brigade, police or whatever, absolutely. But I don't see why any shop should be open when people aren't meant to be going outside. My own son works for a fast food chain, and I was chatting to him this morning before I came here, and he still hasn't been told not to come into work. Like I said to him, I said, you're not getting to work, there's no buses. Oh yeah, but they haven't said they're closing. I'm like, well, they have to. AJD, that's what we have to do. We have to have a white alert. Hello. We have to have a white alert where people know to go get toilet paper.
November on with you.
Yeah, Farmer, to get your official warnings and stuff, absolutely. I've said it before, I'm a huge fan of the weather forum on boards.ie. There's some very, very knowledgeable people on there. Some who are professional forecasters, either based in the US or here. And the information they provide there is amazing. But again, official warnings can only ever be issued by Met Éireann. No one on Facebook. You know who you are. Rebecca says, I work retail and we don't even know whether we're going to... Yeah, it's mental, isn't it? And I see there, obviously, so the red warning, I think, is now due to end around 11 a.m. or midday in Dublin. So they're expecting people in work for midday. Well, hang on, the buses aren't going to be started until midday, so how are people meant to get there?
Sierra 5 right here, Shamrock 40 with you.
Rona, that's a bit of a myth. So your insurance isn't invalidated because of a red weather warning. That was clarified a few years ago, but it's still, you see it mentioned quite a lot, or you're not insured. You are, but you'll have a hard case when you get your assessor out saying, well, where were you going? Oh, I was going to shops, but you weren't really meant to be outside and a tree fell on your car. But yeah, no, you are insured. Your insurance isn't invalidated by a weather warning. However, you risk them using, which they have previously, the Act of God clause in the policy, which they use for weather events as such, which means that you may not be covered in the event of an accident. Not that you may not be covered, it's that you will be covered, you just won't receive anything. You'll technically still be insured. So the red weather warning is advisory, saying you should stay indoors, you should not go out for unnecessary travel. But based on the fact that it's Met Éireann, it's actually not enforceable. So that's why they can't invalidate your insurance based on that. But they can just use the Act of God clause and you're not getting anything anyway. Well, that's what I said to my son this morning, actually, Rona, what you're saying there. I said, well, if you get hurt on the way to work and they made you go in while the red weather warning was still in effect, they're liable. So if you are being made go into work tomorrow, make sure you have it in writing from your employer that they are expecting you in work, regardless of the weather warning. Connor, a lot of the early mornings are already cancelled, including my own flight to Paris. The inbound is cancelled, so they're not even bringing the aircraft here at all. LRD inbound.
I'm on flight to fly below, continue short becoming number 1, the wind is 260 at 14 with a max of 23.
I'm not into spreading panic, John. However, when you have professional meteorologists saying this is going to be one of the most significant storms Ireland has ever had, yeah, I'd be taking it seriously. Hence why I said to you, as long as the red warning is in effect, I won't be driving to the airport. And it's not about me. I'm responsible for my own safety, but if anything happens to me, I'm putting other people at risk trying to come to my help. That's my point.
Yeah, 118, third on there, 1 on November on my birthday.
Bye bye, thank you. Come up 4 Golf Charlie, right turn Sierra 5, and a right turn on Sierra.
Turn Sierra 5, right turn Sierra, Sierra 4 Golf Charlie.
That's it, Graham, and for health purposes, even then, the majority of outpatient appointments and hospital appointments are going to be cancelled for tomorrow. I imagine we'll see the entire Emerald fleet grounded quite shortly as well. They won't even attempt to fly tomorrow. So LRD, we did talk about it all the time. That's the 321neo that had the tail strike in the States last summer. So Dave, it can't be classed as a hurricane because of the type of storm it is, but if the models are correct, you're going to have sustained Category 1 hurricane winds on the west coast for 3 hours. Oscar, it was a work trip actually. Was meant to fly to Paris at 9 AM and then onwards to Georgia. Carol, how do?
We're pretty steps now, that's doing that. 6 months.
Yeah, Sandra, they've announced the schools here as well, so there was talk. There was talk, Sandra, that the schools were going to open around lunchtime, but I think that's been knocked on the head now. They're going to stay closed for the day. Because at the same time, while the weather warning may have passed, you're still going to need people to go in and see and assess if the school has been damaged or anything like that. You know the kind of way? I think that's what people aren't taking into account. All these businesses saying we'll open at 12. Yeah, that's if you can. Obviously, East Coast isn't going to be anywhere near as bad as the West Coast, but still, Dublin isn't used to getting 130, 140 km/h winds. Sean, the good thing about it is that there is a farming forecast from Éireann, and they do flag this kind of stuff a lot earlier for the farmers than they would for the general public. So I'm sure Farmer T will tell you they're probably well on top of this at the start of the week, as far back as Monday, I imagine. Richard, thank you for being here. We'll chat to you later on. No bother, Dave. Stand by, truck. Sorry, had to protect the lens from spray there. Farmer says, yeah, it was on the charts for the last 7 days. And the strange thing about this farmer, you heard me say it, normally when these things appear on the charts, they appear as this crazy storm and they weaken. That hasn't happened this time. The wind has stayed the same, if not gotten stronger over all the model runs. So it's yeah.
Jet 43, correction, 643, hello, continue your number 2, and inside, wind 260.16, max 26.
Over there, thank you.
Yeah, I can't really see the waves now due to the sun being directly behind them. Teeth waved. Like I said, it's been described as the worst storm to ever impact the country. So, take of that what you will. Some people I was listening to this morning in the queue in the supermarket were like, oh no, they're just trying to scare us, it's not going to be that bad. But what if it is? Sorry. That's going to be a Sierra 3 if not Sierra 4.
Cancel 43 Delta, if you like, you can make Sierra 3 or Sierra 4.
Sierra 3, just 43 Delta.
Sierra 3, there you go.
Sierra 3, then a right turn on Sierra.
Sierra 3, right turn on Sierra, just 43 Delta.
Dave says, living in South Florida, I know about hurricane warnings. I hate when it's hurricane season. But this is the thing, like, yes, we do get Atlantic storms. And the last significant, I think, wind event that we had, which went for a red warning, was the remnants of Hurricane Ophelia. And the winds for this are stronger. So that's why, like, even for Ophelia, the country only went red. Parts of the country only went red warning 24 hours in advance. This is the first time, like I've said, they've issued a red warning 48 hours in advance. So Met Éireann are taking it seriously, so everyone else should too.
5.6 miles out.
It was froggy.
Hello, continue your number 2, wind 260.12, max 26. That's 1.2. Germany 643, Vicket right Sierra 5, and Sierra.
Sierra 5 and then Sierra.
So Rona, I imagine power outages are going to be widespread tomorrow. And then the problem you have is obviously repair crews will start as soon as they can getting out to fix things. But then there's another storm, not as strong, but there's another storm for Sunday night into Monday. So that's going to hamper efforts to get people back on the grid, if you know what I mean.
Feeling 132 Victor, the wind is 270 at 15 with the max of 26.
Dwelling, in the dwelling next.
This is Germany 643, contact ground on 1 decimal 58.
What's the one?
Nearly, David. Nearly. Kevin, was it Storm Darwin that an aircraft was damaged in Shannon due to the wind, a parked aircraft, and didn't two aircraft at Dublin as well have a little coming together during the storm? So there's a lot of preparation work to go on for ground staff as well. Oh, nice. There's a lot of preparation work to go on for ground staff as well, because they're going to have to be positioning aircraft and parking them into the wind. But the problem is the wind is to shift during the course of the event, so they may end up having to move them. Ted, chat to you later.
Fueling 1326, right turn on Sierra, contact ground on 11.8. 11.8 and right on Sierra with 122.
Ted says he has Guinness Zero, toilet roll and bread, so he's all good. A daily dose. So like I was saying, I don't know, at the moment it looks like you're going to have 3 streamers here tomorrow. There's only so much. We'll see, we'll see. That's it, Robbie. So at the moment you prepare for the worst. If you don't get it, you're lucky. There will be places that no matter what, they're going to be damaged. Those kind of wind levels are unseen here, so any structures or trees or anything like that that were weakened by Storm Dara but managed to stay upright could be at risk, obviously. So where I live in a village called Dunshaughlin. It's about 22 kilometres from here, but back roads most of the way, tree lined the whole way. So I imagine those back roads would probably see a couple of fallen trees overnight into the morning. Now I can still come the motorway. There's a motorway pretty much the whole way between me and the airport, but again, I'm not going to be putting myself in a situation where I'm calling for help and putting other people at risk because I was stupid enough to come out and play with planes at the airport. Saying that out loud for a reason. Stefan, thank you. So John, yeah, the worst of the winds will be to the south of the storm, and the storm is, the current track is to come into the west coast and then track up the north of Ireland into Scotland. So that's the current forecast, has the worst winds at the southern side of the storm, but it moves northwards once it impacts the west coast. Well, Frank, there may not be as many as you think, because at the moment a lot of the airlines are cancelling. Simon Gruber says someone will be out there, guarantee it. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. Every time there's a storm, someone has to be rescued off the coast of Galway. And you can guarantee that there'll be people out there that don't need to be, and then relying on others risking their own safety to come to their aid. And like I said, having been that soldier, I'm not going to do it to others. For Storm Debbie, myself and Will did say we'd go live, and we waited for the red warning to lapse so we could leave the house, and we were here and set up within the hour, so I'm not far away. So even if the warning ends at midday, I could be here for 1 if I wanted to. We'll see.
21.8, thanks a mil, 645, good day.
That's right, Frank. So all the Aer Lingus, Delta and United flights are cancelled. Air Canada's cancelled. The last I checked, American Airlines, the one flight from Philadelphia was still running, but I'll have a look now in a minute and see if there's more. Well, Robbie, I put it this way, it's a sign of modern times where people are willing to put themselves and others in that level of danger for a bit of viral video footage. I'm not that person, and I don't, like, no. Don't get me wrong, I love being here when it's windy and I love videoing challenging landings, but am I willing to risk myself and others just so I can do that? No. Oscar, absolutely, absolutely. Right, stand by and I'll have a look and see have we any updates on cancellations. Woohoo. So all transatlantics cancelled. There's a lot of flights cancelled now between 4 a.m. and midday. A lot of Aer Lingus cancellations. Etihad have cancelled, Air Canada have cancelled, Lufthansa, Air France, KLM, Turkish cancelled, Emirates gone, Swiss gone. So there you go. So they're not even going to attempt to come in. So there is no need to be here before midday. and that list will increase because that doesn't count the Emerald Airlines and the short haul flights. That's only the long hauls currently. I imagine there'll be a lot of Aer Lingus cancellations, Emerald cancellations and Ryanair to follow. There is an ATR up there, making its way in.
270 at 13.
Kevin, yeah, they will do, yep. Here comes more rain. So, for those that weren't here at the beginning, I was saying that the wind during the event is due to change direction. So even if they move to the crosswind runway, the crosswind element of those gusts will still exceed the limitations of most aircraft. So that's why they're cancelling. If it was just a straight crosswind, they could move to the runway 16. But because no matter what way they move, whether it be 28 or 16, the crosswind element is still outside the parameters for a lot of aircraft, so that's why they're cancelling. John Irish Jones. No, so John, anytime there's anything more than 30 or 40 knots, all the Emerald fleet are grounded. It'll be the same tomorrow, I imagine, up until a certain time. Like, the gusts are still to be 50 odd knots in the afternoon, so I doubt we'll see ATRs tomorrow at all. Scale it will be. So in red warnings, public transport, bus airing, Dublin bus and the rail network all closed as well, so I don't understand why it doesn't apply to air travel, especially when it's a wind event. Frank says, remember, an Aer Lingus landed in 45 knots one morning of a storm. Yeah, KC Rally and Planes was here for Storm Ashley. That's probably one of the most windy events in modern times I've seen here at Dublin Airport, and they were still landing. But what this is forecast to be is far in excess of that. So the current sustained wind forecast for the airport tomorrow is 40 to 50 knots. So that's just the sustained wind. The gusts are forecast 70 to 75 knots. So John, I obviously have the internal, because I work in the airport, I have the internal app there. That's where I'm seeing all those cancellations. Robbie, so yeah, the Hurricane Hunters are in Shannon now. They weren't there specifically for this, but they are flying it now, so they've undertaken to fly Éowyn.
Wind 270 at 18.
Yeah. The Hurricane Hunter aircraft, nicknamed Kermit, is in Shannon. Frank, neither. I work in immigration. Stefan, thanks very much for that, Paul. I gave Stefan from One More Aviation Frankfurt your link, and he will be happy to stop by. Cool. Daniel says there definitely won't be any Cessnas up tomorrow. Yeah. The risk of falling Volvic bottles is all good, so. Alright, so Kerma is positioning to Bilbao. So its base is out of the path. Alright, so there was talk last night that the Noah aircraft was going to fly. Well, maybe they did already. I don't know.
Wind 270 Max 24.
Well, Daniel, if the gusts are forecast for 70 knots here at Dublin Airport, Cork and Shannon will far exceed that. I imagine their gusts are in the 80-90 range. There's no way they're getting flights tomorrow. At least not in the morning, anyway. I'll check it now in a second. This is a little bit wobbly. Sticking it to the ground though. Looks like one of the Ryanair Learjets. Daniel, 16 months in the Spotters Club. Nice one. Does it feel that long, Daniel? Does it?
I got the Bravo Golf Victor, big head right, and Sierra 5, and a right turn on to the
This is one of the Ryanair jets. So Daniel, they have 4 of these Learjets for crew transport and parts delivery. I think it's 4, Adrian said. 330. Sorry, we missed. Hang on, stand by. Froggy, and it's green as well. There you go. What have I done? So Frank's asking what they use them for. So they're short notice crew transport as well as parts delivery, so they're not reliant on any cargo or other carriers for their parts. They can move them around as they need to. Obviously I imagine the execs use them too. Although someone said last day that Michael O'Leary states that he only flies scheduled flights, not on the private jets. I don't know. If I own 613 737s and 4 Learjets, I'd be on a Learjet. Robbie, there isn't really a direct flight between Dublin and Shannon anymore. No, they go to Kerry. Ryanair go to Kerry. You will see a ferry flight, which is basically aircraft movement, as in positioning flight, to Shannon most days, or some days, depending on the routes. That's Kiva, EIDAA, I believe the oldest A330 in the fleet currently. Or is it? I don't know. It was parked up for an extended period and then brought back after COVID. Hugh, welcome back. Now, look at Adrian throwing out the stats. 611 737, 4 Learjet, 45 in total, given 615. And that doesn't count in the Laudas either. I imagine Adrian doesn't. Sue Cruz. Yeah, Frank, if you have a look to back to the very start of the stream, we just got GCF round the corner down there. It had landed while I was setting up in its new coat. Right, what did I say I was going to look up? Oh, yes. So the terminal area forecast for tomorrow morning. There you go. So from 4 a.m. Oh, hang on. From 3 a.m. till 7 a.m. Shannon tomorrow morning will experience forecasted 50 knots sustained winds with 85 knot gusts. That's Shannon. And now let's check Cork. So Cork will see from 3 a.m. 40 knots sustained winds with 65 knot gusts. So Shannon and Dublin Airport currently to be hit the hardest out of the three.
Good day, up to Ryanair 66, Quebec, November, establish status 28 left.
Ryanair 66, Quebec, November, low, the wind 270 with 20, will max 28, runway 28 left.
Oh yeah, Michael, there. Yeah, no, but I'm talking about the entire size of the Ryanair company fleet, including all aircraft, not just the 737s, if you get me. Well, that includes Malta, Lauda, Buzz and Ryanair. Alright, so there you go, 611 aircraft in the entirety of the Ryanair fleet and 4 Learjets. John says it'd be a good day to fly the drone tomorrow. Well, to be honest with you, so I was looking at the forecast earlier in the week. I was meant to fly tomorrow. Now, got the notification at the start of the stream. I'm going nowhere. Air France aren't coming in. So, but yeah, I don't know whether I was looking forward to it. I'm not a nervous flyer. But yeah, I don't think I was looking forward to the idea. Takeoff, not so bad, obviously. But yeah. is raining here again. Sylvia. Again, folks, I'll liaise with Dean and I'll see what the story is with Brian from KC Rally and Planes as well. Obviously, there's no point in all three of us being here tomorrow.
Wind 270 at 19 with a max of 28.
Thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow definitely wouldn't be a day if you were a nervous flyer. I don't think so, no. Give it a miss. So pretty much I'm looking there from 4:50 a.m. everything is cancelled with the exception of Ryanair's up until about 8:05 in the morning. The Ryanair's haven't been cancelled yet. British Airways aren't cancelled, but all the early morning arrivals are. At the moment, the two DHLs are still due to come in. I can't imagine that happening. They diverted on the last storm Dara. They ended up abandoning their attempt.
Alright, 66 Quebec November, confirm we're here to land.
Liner 66 Quebec November, you are here to land. Wind now 270 with 20 minus 2.
Quebec November, thank you.
Just fixing my chat here. It closed while I was looking at the other app. Geraldo, welcome. Blue light's gone by.
Channel 267, low, continue to number 2, 270 with 19
You see, I suppose the airlines have to take into account their ground staff as well, never mind the flying. You know yourself, it's very easy for stuff airside to become mobile in high winds, especially the cargo bins. They've an awful habit of flying around. So I don't think we'll see a full ground stop, but I imagine it'll be very limited. Sorry.
Liner 66 Quebec November, wicked right, no correction right, Sierra 5 to the right from Sierra.
Thank you, Sierra 5 Sierra, Liner 66 Quebec November, thank you.
Well, Robbie, what I'm going to be doing now when I go home is obviously I have the motorbike outside. I'm going to be taking the bike cover off because motorcycles and bike covers in storms just equal takeoff, and a lot of the time it'll actually topple the bike because the cover will act like a sail. And then I'm going to go out and I'm just going to make sure I have everything secured out the back just in case.
Don't wait for
Patricia saying the sun was on her hotel over yonder, the Carlton Hotel, where Patricia and Helen stayed when they visited us, where Dean was found wandering naked in the hallways. Tom, so the bike is heavy enough not to go over. It's not a small bike, but it's just what will happen is the covers, but motorcycle covers latch underneath the bike, and when the wind gets under it, it just picks it up like a sail. So the bike is on its side stand at the moment, and what will happen is the wind will pick it up and it'll bring it against the side stand the opposite direction. So just take the cover off for the duration of the storm. put it back on afterwards. Poor Dean. Poor hotel workers, huh? If you do get a chance and you're in Dublin, that hotel, I have no connection with them. They ignore me all the time, so but it is worth a visit. It has a great view of it has an actual viewing terrace with a restaurant. Has a great view of arrivals on 2A here. Even though they ignore me, I'd still tell you about it. No, Tom, it's all good. The cover is just literally, I have it there just so the elements don't do too much damage to it during, especially these months where it's too cold to be using it in the mornings, early mornings with frost or ice. It's just a no-no for the bike. So.
Wind 270 at 20, Max 27, runway 3 left, good land.
Good land, runway 28 left, Shamrock 5 Kilo Echo.
Yeah, the restaurant is called the Runway 28. Have a look at it there on their website. If you're in Dublin, it's definitely worth a visit, especially if you're an aircraft enthusiast. A great night was had by all. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Robbie, chat later. The taxi drivers will do well tomorrow. Yeah, with public transport cancelled, taxi, if you have to be anywhere, is going to be the only way you're getting anywhere. Michael, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it's very rare you hear the head of the weather advisory board say we've never seen anything like this before. So I'm not one to cause alarm, but that has to be taken seriously. There's always a two rook, isn't there? I could be filming planes in the Sahara Desert and I guarantee you a truck will go by. Tom, thank you very much.
Yeah, 5 right hand Sierra, Shamrock 5 Kilo Echo.
Yeah, Michael, I'm the same as you. If you're on boards and you're seeing those model outputs that are being posted there and you're having a look at WX charts, it's crazy. It's like nothing that we've ever seen. And like, while the idea of a storm like that is amazing, the reality of it is the damage it would cause is just unreal. Like, there was one poster there, and I won't quote them, but they were saying they wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow evening footage from Ireland has been played around the world because of the level of damage that storm's going to cause. Tom was out last night for 10 to 15 minutes with the camera, 2 degrees with a wind chill of -7. Couldn't feel my hands. Yeah. It's great, isn't it, Tom? Colin O'Sullivan says, not excited about it in Cork, to be honest. South doesn't look great on those latest models. Colin, before I left the house this morning, I was looking and the forecasts were showing it tracking slightly more northerly on the country, and obviously that means with the wind, the worst winds being at the south of it, that likes of Cork and Kerry down there are going to get absolutely hammered. A lot of posters were hoping for a little bit more of a southerly track, which would keep a lot of the worst winds off the south coast. LX1, welcome. Tom says, have a meeting in a half hour, only here for another 20 minutes or so. Colin, yeah, I saw, just cleared the garden. Yeah, Tom, it was within a bit, I think I was live for about 15 minutes and I got the notification. James said it first, so I checked. Yeah, flight's cancelled. They're not even bringing in, they're not going to attempt to fly in at all tomorrow, by the looks of it, until tomorrow afternoon. And they're the normal scheduled Air France flights, so my one's gone. Israel, chat to you later. Nunca recibo nada. Never receive anything? Would I be right?
Summer 5 Papa, we're established 9 miles to LA. Session 5 Papa, you continue hold turn number 2, the wind check is 27 degrees and 19 knots. Continue Summer 5 Papa.
And obviously, a word of note, if you are coming out here tomorrow to the airport to watch planes, because a lot of people will be, especially if there's school closures and work cancellations, try not to come out at least until the red warning has passed, just so you're not putting other people at risk if anything happens to you. Yes, as a grown adult you can be responsible for yourself, but don't be putting other people in danger if something happens to you. Oh, there's not, is there? They've been busy.
Channel 9, when you take it on Sierra 4, can you write down taxi Sierra?
Dave Gantley, wind map links above. You can shift by plus 8 hour increments. Yeah.
Right Sierra 4, right on Sierra.
It does look terrifying, doesn't it?
Shamrock 991.
I was looking last night, is it the Arpege model? And that's showing 150 km/h gusts up the centre of the country at 7 o'clock in the morning. And then the storm tracks further north, and Belfast and the north get those winds as well, 150 km/h. That's it, Michael. Like I said, as much as I'd like to be here in the morning and film whatever limited arrivals or attempted arrivals there's going to be, I'm not going to be the person that has to ring for help when a tree falls on my car or whatever. Ridiculous. Stefan, thank you very much. John, drones and planes, how do? Another man probably gearing up for tomorrow, are you? Obviously, folks, drones and planes, another live streaming channel from Manchester. John being your host.
Oh, good afternoon, 998 Bravo, Whiskey established, let's go ahead, lad. Right, Bravo, thank you, continue to hold shore number 1 now, traffic indicator runway, wind check 270 degrees at 16 with a max of 26, continue. Continue approach line at 8 Bravo, Whiskey. Channel 5, 8 passes, Sierra 5, Sierra, contact ground at 121, decimal 8, good night. Sierra 5, Sierra 20 away from the ground, Shamrock 5, 8 passes, thanks, over there.
7 months, John's in the Spotters Club. Thanks, John. Anti-Dubjet high-vis deployed. Lello says the information and common sense advice you're giving is ultra valuable and important. I don't know whether my name and common sense have ever featured in the same sentence before, Lello. That's John. That's literally what I'm saying. Like, as much as I'm sure we'd all love to see what's happening here tomorrow, none of us should really be venturing out until it's safe to do so. Right, give me 2 seconds. I just have to secure a secondary power supply from the van for the camera. Right, I'm back with you. Hopefully you can hear me. This is my jacket, and only my jacket. So Paul, I was giving out some information there. At the moment, the majority of our wide body aircraft for tomorrow up until about 1 o'clock are cancelled. It's a given that the Emerald ATRs will be cancelled. There's no way they'll fly in that weather. We're just waiting to see what Ryanair do, but at the moment everything, by the looks of it, from about half four in the morning up until 10 o'clock in the morning that isn't a Ryanair is cancelled. Did I see Teresa Dubjet, man? Yeah. Don't take unnecessary journeys. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Kevin says, don't go swimming in the sea. Do you know what? There is a group of people that every storm, they purposely go out, obviously, for surfing. And you're saying to yourself, like, how are you going to be rescued if something happens to you? Do you know that kind of way? I don't know. It's the same reason why you pick up a cup from a shop, a cup of coffee or tea, and it has plastered all over it, caution, I'm hot. Well, first off, it'd want to be because I'm paying for it. But secondly, we need these labels because people need to be minded. It's ridiculous. Dubjet deserves a new nickname on Telegram. Funny enough, I'm the only one that can do that, and that's not happening. So bus is gone from 4 a.m. to 11 a.m. See, they were listening. The sun can still get to work for 12. I imagine a decision will be made at a higher level in the not so too far in the way in the next couple of hours. There's no way. Dublin Airport has never seen those kind of winds. The UPS and the DHL are still flying. Etihad is cancelled. Qatar still flying. Air Canada cancelled. Lufthansa, KLM cancelled. British Airways, Ryanair still flying. The AA from Philly still meant to arrive. Turkish is cancelled. TAP is cancelled, so no Lisbon inbound. Emirates cancelled. And like I said, so we have a couple of Aer Lingus flights now from the likes of Berlin and where's the other one? Hamburg, they're cancelling. Yeah. So these will obviously filter out. Obviously I'm using the airport app. They'll obviously filter out in the next little while if they haven't already for cancellations. Phil, how do? I sound like a principal. Need to get myself one of those. Need to get a different kind of a bing bong before I start talking, so everyone pays attention. Not really, but anyway. Alan, there was one day last year, one of the storms I was here for, I think we had 13 or 14 go-arounds. So Dean will tell you the story that he was on a flight once that landed so hard all the masks dropped on landing. That's what you don't want to see happening, I suppose. Bing bong bong boo. Tom's going to be going on the naughty step for abuse of superpowers.
Very good afternoon, Shamrock 205, established ILS,
Monty Python, thank you. Chat to you later.
Somebody 28 left. 28 left, Shamrock 205.
There is an aircraft on final, Tom. Right. Trying to fix my hood around the headphones. KC, Brian, just in, stormproof in the garden. That's what I said, Phil. My own local supermarket this morning, I only went around to get a coffee for me and my son, and what did I need? Oh, dog treats, and it was like the end of the world in the supermarket. I couldn't believe it. It took me 5 minutes to find parking, never mind in the place. Alistair in Ontario, Canada. Welcome along. Tie the chickens down by one leg. No. You all know I'm a massive animal lover. This weather, don't be leaving them outside. Bring them in tonight. You wouldn't stand it out in yourself, so don't leave them out now. Oh, we got you, Tom, look. Just in time, before he has to go. Tell the truth, I went for toilet roll. No. I always buy the big multi-packs anyway, so we always have loads. I'm a prepper. Ahead of COVID, I started for the weeks ahead. Well, I had been monitoring what was happening in China, and for the week or two ahead of it, I had been every day we were doing the normal shopping. I was picking up small things that could go in the press and could stay in the press. So when everyone else went out because there was a lockdown coming to panic buy stuff, I already had the presses full. Will calls it my storm supplies. I always keep a load of stuff in the press that can be used for food without electricity or whatever. No need for cooking. Now, 9 times out of 10 it just sits in the press and never gets used, but you know yourself. Give me 1 second and I'll have a look and see what the story is with it. If it's reliant on an aircraft coming from the US though first, no, it's not going to be here because the Aer Lingus transatlantics don't look to be flying. But give me a second, I'll have a look for you. So Casey, what I was saying earlier there was, yeah, Dean is scheduled for 3. Our weather warning expires around 11, I think. So I was possibly going to start at 12, but your neck of the woods is to get hammered tonight, and I mean proper hammered. If the forecast holds, yeah. Matteo, I think we've seen the last of our A330 arrivals. 1 second now, someone was asking about Miami tomorrow, weren't you? Let's see. So the Miami flight tomorrow is on aircraft EIDAA A330. And are we reliant on DAA? So DAA is on the ground. Is it Gabia? I apologise if I get it wrong. So EIDAA is on the ground currently, which means you're not reliant on it coming in, trying to land tomorrow. So by near 1 o'clock, obviously there could be significant delays, but at the moment your aircraft is here, and by 1 o'clock or so the winds may have abated enough to let it take off. So at the moment it's not cancelled. But obviously any departing flight tomorrow that is dependent on an aircraft arriving from the States, all the early morning transatlantics up until 10 AM are cancelled. So if you are due to depart on an aircraft that's currently in America or gone to America, that ain't going to be here tomorrow. At least not in the early part of the day. Daniel, they're cancelling. At the moment, I read out the cancellations there about 15 minutes ago. They're all just cancelling. The only things that aren't cancelled at the moment are a lot of Ryanair flights, but I imagine that'll change too. Dwayne, 1 month in the Spotters Club. Thank you. We've got lights. Now we're at that point where focus is starting to go a little bit wonky. Beauty decides, give me your flight number and I'll let you know what is the current status. Obviously all subject to change. Don't take it for granted, I'm just telling you what I can currently see. Yeah, Brian, Midlands and West Coast, it's going to be quiet. Right, the gusts even creeping into Meath are going to be near record levels. So as forecast, folk, this wind has, now it's not gone, but it's definitely dropped from where it was earlier on. John, chat to you later. Thanks for dropping in. Frank says Gardaí are also warning people to stay away from coastal areas. Yeah, well, so some of the forecasts have 12-metre waves. Now that's out to sea more so, but coastal areas are going to take a battering. Yeah. That's the AA lifting out behind me, but unfortunately I'm not going to be able to turn around for it. Adrian, chat shortly. We do have another aircraft approaching. Work so rude for getting in the way. Not a problem for you anymore, Patricia. Come on, twofer. Doesn't like it, does it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's having none of it. Airbuss, Guatemala is watching. Welcome along. Mark, how do? Phil, I used to work in Rings End and Sandymount area, and every time there was high seas, you'd go down to the Shelly Banks down there, watch the waves coming over the seawall or the bull wall. Class. Alan says in and out of focus. A great album. Yeah. I could put it on manual, but that ruins the quality for some reason. At least when it's focused, the quality is good, but when I put it on the manual mode, it kind of ruins it. Used to spend a lot of time in Arklow as well. And a great spot to be when there's a bit of a storm going, watching the seas come in. Yeah, Alan, we're quite lucky here, especially at this spot down here at the Sierra 5 taxiway. We get lots of waves from the pilots arriving. It's also quite good for when we're on 1-0 departures. They have to taxi by here and we get plenty of waves as well. That's why I like this spot so much. It's only a little thing, but it's nice to be acknowledged here, do you know that kind of way? So, Phil, yeah, like I said earlier, the weather for the next 2 weeks is going to be, just looks like an Atlantic conveyor belt of low pressure systems with wind and rain. Dreamweaver, welcome back to consciousness. Either that or it's a really messed up dream that I'm in, one or the other. Michael Anderson, my house is under the left turn missed approach procedure for 28 left tomorrow. Could be a loud day. Potentially, Michael. Now the only thing about it obviously is there is a high likelihood of runway 16 for a time tomorrow as well. Dreamweaver, regretting eating all that cheese before she went to bed, has Dubjet in her dream. Equals nightmare. Birdie, what you doing? Abri, welcome along. Racing to get him much. Nope, no reaction. Whoa. It's not liking it at all, is it? Just gonna leave it there for a second, get the wider view. GCF pushing back bound for Las Vegas. Rugby outbound, far side behind me.
Right turn Sierra 5, right turn again on Sierra, and once again is ground 118, Ryanair 64, thanks.
Sandra, get the ground in, looks more professional. Don't do that to me, Sandra. So now I have to have prop blur and ground in all my pictures apparently, you know. Lello, I imagine a bird or two will reach new heights tomorrow. I imagine they'll be setting new land wing speeds. Arundel, so Latam explored the idea of flying to Dublin last year, but due to the restraints on the passenger cap at the airport, it never progressed. Now, if the passenger cap is removed or extended, we could see there is talk of a Latam direct flight, but at the moment, no. Dreamweaver says, Paul, I was dreaming I was going to miss the stream in my dream. Are you trying to be seen? And then she woke up to the cat crying because she was hungry. Still no sign of Ryanair cancellations for the morning. Ooh. So folks, the aim will be, we do have a Turkish Airlines A321neo inbound, due to land just before 4 o'clock today. That will be the last plane of the stream today. Unless, of course, something else shiny grabs my attention. A big shout out to everyone watching on Facebook as well. Welcome along. Alan, it's not actually that far, so I'll show you now. So if I bring the zoom, I don't mind the cup, that's anti-rain device, that's how far back I am. That's the Sierra 5 taxiway there, where they come off, so this is the turn area there. It's actually not that far. It's one of the reasons why, if we did get a 380, it wouldn't be able to come in this side, it would have to come in the north side of the runway, because the wing would probably overhang the fence on the taxiway. Dave Rhino Ryan, welcome along. regardless of what happens tomorrow or tonight, folks, do stay safe. Do have emergency power to hand, whether it be a power bank or whatever, to keep your phone going in case you need it. Candles would probably be a smart move too if you have them, just in case. I see it, but the camera isn't going to do it. It's too blue. There is an aircraft there. When the light gets low and there's taxi lights, Dub Cup turns into a time tunnel. Class. Phil, chat later. Thank you for being here. Benji? I don't know whether it's a love of aviation or needing my head checked to be stood here, especially in the weather we had earlier. Tomorrow will be another check of my sanity levels. Is that 4 candles? I seen a hack on I don't know what social media platform it was, but you know the bacon tray you use for making buns? Well, if you want to boil water, get 6 of the little tea lights, put them in the bacon tray and light them, and then put your pot of water on top of that. There you go. Essential survival skills, only found here. Arundel, you are most welcome. Thank you very much. Don't forget, folks, I know Dean is scheduled to start streaming at 3 p.m. tomorrow. The plan will be, if we can, weather permitting, obviously, I will start at 12 and go till 3, and then we'll do the live redirect, which means you won't have to do anything. The channel will bring you straight to Dean's stream, and we'll hand over to Dean at 3. That way you're getting, I think, maybe 5-6 hours worth of storm coverage here from Dublin. Again, weather permitting. I'm not going to be doing anything silly. A farmer, I don't have it today either. Everything I have, I finally managed to get, I've been searching for ages for a proper waterproof cover for camcorders, because the camera ones are all those for long lenses and stuff, whereas camcorders don't have that. But I finally found an actual proper professional camcorder cover, so I bought that. That's what's in use today. And then obviously I'm waterproof. I have the full gear on, even the waterproof boots today. And the breeze this evening has done a good job of drying me out from that hail shower earlier, so should be okay. Just make sure some oxygen can get to the candles, otherwise they will go out. Oh yeah. So don't cover the tray completely, use a smaller pot. See? Essential skills. Tune into the next stream where we discuss the benefits of drinking your own. No, sorry. I can show you the platform because it's right beside me, but I'm not on it today. I'm on a pillar today. So there's the roof platform on the van. Franks, I would imagine they should all be closed. It's a red warning. They shouldn't be making people go into work. Take the gas barbecue in to cook. Should just use an old charcoal one, be class. What's the worst that could happen? Sandra says tears, drink your own. Yes, that's the. I wish I could turn around to get that, but I can't. I'm gonna try. But if I fall off, it's your fault. So departures are on the north runway again today. For those that are wondering, so I'm stood on one of these stone blocks, but the tripod does take up most of it, so you have to kind of carefully negotiate your way around them. So CFM, no, this is the so this is the road that leads to the ATC tower, CFM. The road over to the blue car park is over there. That's the blue, Holiday Blue, I think it's called, over there. So this is the road, if you come up from Kilshane Cross at the roundabout and go straight, this is the road that does an internal loop of both runways, brings you to the cargo entrance and the ATC entrance. Out of Dodge, I did see something about Turkish being cancelled. Stand by. So the early morning 9:55 arrival for Turkish Airlines is cancelled, and the 10:55 departure is cancelled, but the 3 p.m. and the 10 to 5 at the moment are still scheduled. So it's just the early morning Turkish. Exactly, Adrian, especially when Helen has me spinning around. Can't park there, mate. Oh, but they do. Helen's saying that I got that departure of my own free will and she's not to blame. I don't know. Hello, thank you very much. Oh no, I missed it. Look at this for now. Ryanair Learjet rocket ship gone. Where is it? I'm not even going to be able to see it. Going into the clouds. I can't see that on the screen. Gonzo. OMG. Yeah, there's air bridges there, yeah. We do have, thankfully. Oh, look, a plane. Way out. EO, welcome. Appreciate everyone for being with me today. Make sure you do hit the like button for me. Stand by. Imagine you're one of them pilots on those transatlantic departures now, and you were going over for a quick turnaround. Would they do a quick turnaround on transatlantic? Probably not. But either way, those planes ain't taking off in the morning like they're meant to, or tonight US time like they're meant to. Patricia, thank you very much. There's a two to be had. Tony, how do? CFM, my mum's coming home from Lanzarote into Belfast, flight today, 22:45. Yep, it's meant to have cleared Ireland and be in Scotland nearly at that stage. Now there will be some obviously residual winds on the southern edge of that, but yeah, I can't imagine it should be that bad, otherwise they'd have the warnings extended. Colin O'Sullivan looked out across the road. New house has half a roof and the other tiles waiting to go are up there. Oh no, don't like that. Wouldn't be parking my car in the vicinity of that one. Ooh, says Patricia. Ooh, I love it. Got the wave? Arundel, chat to you again. Thank you for being here. Oscailga is gone. Chat to you again. You're a mugget. Just don't breathe them in, Caroline. You never know what's in them, you know. Helen saying that was an A330neo Virgin Atlantic off to Boston. Stefan, I do hope you're feeling better, by the way, and we'll chat to you later on. Brian, evening to you. Brian here for the last 20 minutes or so of the stream. So we have Turkish A321neo, followed by an Aer Lingus 320neo, and then that could be us. Ooh, what's that? Oh, Hawks from RAF Valley are off the coast of Wales. I'm in negotiations, by the way. We could be returning to the Mac Loop this summer for our holiday, which will obviously have at least one mandatory trip to RAF Valley.
Load number 165, 655, 165, hello, approach route 2, 608,
321neo Turkish Airlines in from Istanbul. Reception on the scanner isn't great today, is it?
What can you see that 5 there? Contact on the Valley,
Thank you, Patricia. We'll start to see the evening wave of articulated trucks now for the cargo arrivals and departures. OMG, there already is. Most transatlantics are cancelled for arrivals. Couple of short haul European, KLM, Air France have all cancelled their morning flights. Swiss have cancelled their morning flights. When I last looked on the app, Aer Lingus were starting to cancel a few as well. The only ones that I haven't seen any move on so far are the Emerald ATRs and Ryanair. If you're wanting updates on flights, Sean's Aviation on Twitter, great person to follow, does his best to keep everyone up to date with all the movements and goings on at the airport, especially cancellations around storms and stuff like that. Farmer T says high clouds starting to form on approach. There was models earlier, Farmer, showing an earlier arrival for the storm, which might be in line with the warnings changing time. So NSB, one of the 320 Neos, one of the 6 Neos operated by Aer Lingus, coming in from Heathrow. Brian says SAS not cancelled so far to Copenhagen. Yeah, Brian, the 3 arrivals, Oslo, Stockholm and Copenhagen, all still on the board. Your inbound is to arrive at 11:40, so it might miss the worst, so you could be okay. So there we go now. So the FedEx from Paris is now cancelled as well. So New York, Paris, Boston, Washington, Newark, Toronto, Abu Dhabi, United from Newark, Toronto, Air Canada, Lufthansa from Frankfurt, Charles de Gaulle, KLM from Amsterdam, BA from London City, Aer Lingus from Heathrow, Manchester, Birmingham, Play from Reykjavik, Turkish Airlines from Istanbul, Aer Lingus from Heathrow, Amsterdam, TAP from Lisbon, Aer Lingus from Paris, Aer Lingus from Hamburg, Brussels, Heathrow, Emirates from Dubai, Dusseldorf, Berlin, Frankfurt, Geneva, Zurich, all cancelled. Massive wave of Aer Lingus cancellations just after coming through, all the way up until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Malaga, Rome, Lisbon, Prague, Barcelona, Munich, all those arrivals now cancelled. So the cancellations start at 4:15 in the morning, and the latest one I can see at the moment is 3 p.m. So it looks like Aer Lingus have made the decision to cancel all of their flights up until, yeah, they have, yeah. Aer Lingus have cancelled all their flights so far up until midday. Ryanair still the only ones on the board, SAS and Iberia. George, I haven't seen that, no. I know there was rumours of it, but I haven't seen any confirmation of a 350 for Aer Lingus. Alan, no tweez arriving. We're pretty much... Oh, what's that? Oh, walk, will you? Ryanair turning on to final. Nice little turny shot out in the distance. Ryanair will probably be at the boarding gate. Yeah, so as it stands, folks, Aer Lingus have cancelled their entire morning schedule by the looks of things. I imagine they're making that decision for staff more than anything else, because the level of support staff and ground staff that would have to come in and be here for that. So there you go. Just Ryanair, Iberia and a couple of the other carriers like SAS now still on the board. So practically no flights here tomorrow morning now by the looks of it. Ryanair want to show their new pilots how to land. Could you imagine? Yeah. No, I imagine they'll follow suit now. If Aer Lingus have gone and taken the whole morning schedule away, I imagine it's only a matter of time before Ryanair do the same. Purple tail, looks like, what's it, Thai, is it? Joel, hi Paul, sorry about your flight being cancelled. Yeah, I know, yeah. Sure. There'll always be more. Was it FedEx, was it? Thought the tail was more purple than blue. It's heading west to east anyway. Probably over, I would say, yeah, Drogheda maybe. Purely speculative. I'm gonna have to look now, am I? Because it's bothering me. Why, you were right. FedEx, Indianapolis to London Stansted, 777. Aer Lingus staff out on the rip tonight now. Yeah. Surprisingly, all the ATRs are still on the schedule, but that's not going to happen. They've cancelled in much, or should I say, less wind conditions than that, so I can't imagine we're going to see any ATRs flying tomorrow. So folks, that changes plans obviously. If there's no aircraft to film between 12 and 3, there's no point in me being here, but we'll see what happens. What's the other purple tail carry? Oh, what's the other purple tail carrier I'm thinking of? Is it No, not Malaysian, is it? The purple tail with the kind of yellow logo on the. Don't know whether I can hear a helicopter rumble or not. Circa, yeah, same here. Like it's turned okay. It's a little bit breezy here at the airport, but as far as sunshine goes, it's a lovely evening. It's just mental what's going to happen over the next 12 hours or so. Thai, there you go. Sorry, there you go. Yes. Thank you, Sandra. Evening to you. Wizz Air. Oh, now that they're purple with white writing. Yeah, no, I was talking about the. Yeah, no, definitely the Thai Airlines. They have a purple tail, don't they? With gold on it, I think. Because all I saw, the way it was lit from here, was purple. Oh, yeah, no, I know that, Brian. I was wrong. Yeah, I said that. It was FedEx. I looked it up because it was annoying me after that. Milani, welcome. your normal dev. So tomorrow obviously is Storm Éowyn. There is another storm system forecast to move in Sunday night into Monday. I imagine, considering the amount of cancellations we're already seeing, it's going to have a huge knock-on effect for the airport for the entire weekend. So just obviously keep in touch with your airline and see what the story is. There's going to be a lot of aircraft out of position or not in the right place. Apologies, it's Carca as in Irish. The pitfalls of being on YouTube, you never know what people's usernames are and how to pronounce them or how they want them pronounced. Alien will tell you all about it, as will Jill, aka Gil. Dave C, evening to you. So folks, we're coming into the last few minutes here. We'll see what we have on approach. Any significant gap will see us done. No bother, Dave. Good to see you. Sophie, 8 months in the Spurs Club, thank you very much. Keep the heavy wellies on. Michael, chat to you later. Dave, I can say it to you, and obviously when I'm at the pillars here where there's no muck involved, it's obviously not too slippy. The best thing, one word, Daytona. Kieran, there are A330s on the early morning Malaga and Faro routes are usually the ones that are used later in the day, I think, for Boston. They're class. The majority of their fleet have been retrofitted on the inside now as well, so you have the full in-flight entertainment system and all. If you can, you might not be able to because you've already booked it, but if you can, usually on those flights you can nab yourself one of the business seats for a reasonable price if you were that way inclined. I think when we were booking, if I paid an extra €90 each, we could have had business class seats on the flight to Malaga. Now the flights were that cheap, it didn't make sense to pay almost the same price again for the seats, so we didn't. But yeah, there you go. Ado, much appreciated as always. We'll chat to you later on in the other group. Look at you trying to get in there. What? Carrick, laters. Folks, whatever you do tomorrow, don't be doing that silly. Keep yourselves safe. Take preps tonight. Make sure you have enough food and stuff just to do you. Tomorrow, if your power's out, you want something that you don't need to cook. I, in my wisdom, yes. We done a ham to have there just so it can be cut up and even just proper hang sandwiches to keep us going if needed. Aaron Flood says we're in a red zone tomorrow, all of Ireland. Yep. Aaron, you may have missed it there. We were just saying the majority of flights before what looks like lunchtime for majority of carriers, with the exception of Ryanair and Emerald so far, are cancelled. Yeah, Kieran, that'd be a nice surprise, especially being 7 months pregnant. Yeah, that's what I said. It was 90 quid for us when I was looking at going to upgrade to the business seats, but we'd only paid, I think it was $230 in total for the tickets, so I didn't bother. There's no point paying nearly the same again just for a seat upgrade for 3 hours. Carol Ann, you're most welcome, and Kieran, you are welcome too. Froggy. Aaron, no, my flight is cancelled. I think I got the notification about 15 minutes into the stream. James had said it to me first, and then I had a look and I is going nowhere. I kind of predicted it because, well, I knew it was going to happen. The last Storm Dara, KLM and Air France were one of the first to cancel their flights, even before Emerald Airlines that day. So Sandra, you are most welcome. All the way down, that's what we want, yes. We've lost ATC by the sound of things, I can't hear it anyway. Sean, there may be no point. Everything looks cancelled up until 1 or 2 o'clock, so we'll see how it goes. Aaron, yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Kermit was in Shannon. Someone says though it's gone to Bilbao now. Sarah Jane, how do? You've joined us on the last plane, Sarah Jane. Oh no, there's one more behind it. You're okay. Just no lights on. Patricia, we all know how you love to see the back end of a Gulf Stream. Right, so we seem to have lost the main microphones. So folks, I'll have to call it there. We're relying on the internal microphone of the camera now for the moment. Cold weather will do that to the batteries. So the microphone that's being used now is the one that's built into the camera, but it's covered by the rain cover, so you're not picking up the wind too badly. Folks, thanks to everyone who's been here today. Keep an eye. If I can get here tomorrow and there's flights to be filmed, I will, once it's safe to do so. Thank you to those that gifted or sent a donation on PayPal. Thank you. My joke. No microphone. I said the landing was epic because of the registration, and now I'm really sad that you missed it. Right, folks, stay safe, don't do anything stupid, and hopefully at some stage we'll talk to you tomorrow. Don't forget, Dean does plan to be live at 3 tomorrow afternoon, and if I can get on before that, I will. That's if there's flights to be filmed. Thanks, everyone. I think we got a nod of that one. See you all tomorrow.